in my ears. I'm sure we're going to be sorting out that a bit short from now. But as we look at the officials, led of course by referee Brian Lopez out of Guatemala, taking the others onto the field with him along with the teams. We're scheduled for a 7 o'clock kickoff here in Kingston, and we're on target so to do. The teams are going to be lined up right across the grandstand to do the normal pre-game ritual, a meeting of the officials and both teams as well. So welcome again to you wherever you are around the world. And we are expecting a humdinger of a contest as both teams look for a victory. But before we do all of that, let's pause for the national anthem of Mexico. Hearing it. Mexico. Yes. Hearing the commentary, hearing the all sort of stuff, it's confusing me, man. All right, so there you have it, the national anthem of Mexico. Now the national anthem of Jamaica. I'm hearing in my ears. Before that, the national anthem of Mexico, as the teams get ready to battle tonight in a Concacaf League A Group A game. The Mexicans just going across to greet the officials, then laterally the Jamaicans. So we're getting close to the end of the pre-game formalities, and then we'll be ready for action. As I remind you, we're set for a 7 o'clock kickoff. It's now 6:57 local time. And we're here looking at the starting lineup for Jamaica. 3 changes, in fact, 2 changes to the team that played against Suriname here 8 nights ago. Andre Blake, the regular goalkeeper and captain, is back in place of Amal Knight and Jamoy Topi. He replaces Richard King, the outstanding defender who got injured in that game. The rest of the Jamaica 11 remains the same from the team that beat Suriname by 3-1 8 nights ago inside this very building. So the Jamaicans are posing for the official team photograph for this game. Loads of talented players who played locally and abroad. And Topi, the number 3, he plays here in Jamaica from Mount Pleasant Academy, and he operates in the Jamaica Premier League. Mexico, on Saturday night, they defeated Suriname by 3-0 in Mexico to get their campaign off to a winning start. So the captains, incidentally, both goalkeepers greeting each other. Cota, that's Rodolfo Cota from Mexico, and Andre Blake from Jamaica. So we're getting close to kick off. Brian Lopez of Guatemala will be the man with the whistle. Logan Brown from the U.S., Wasna Bernard, and Rabiel Vasquez of the USA is the fourth official. The Jamaicans operating in full gold tonight, and the Mexicans in the change outfits so very often. It's so difficult to sort of keep up with them, right? But what is interesting here on this Mexican lineup we're looking at, all three goal scorers against Suriname are sitting on the bench tonight. Not one of them starting tonight. And they've used an alternative squad here. We're not seeing the outstanding, Jesus Gallardo, probably one of the big names in the squad at the moment. Or Bilin Pineda is also a top name as well. But the usual star names, you get the impression, are after long seasons in Europe and elsewhere, are now sitting this one out. But any team from Mexico is a team to be reckoned with. And they're now posing in a huddle. They're actually a huddle just like the Jamaicans. Last-minute instructions, last-minute good lucks from each of the players on the team. The last match, number 17, Damian Lowe, who had the captain's armband tonight. It's back with the regular captain in all pink, Andre Blake, who plays for Philadelphia Union in the U.S. Major League. The number 19 there is for the Jamaican team is Kevin Lambert, plays in the MLS in the United States as well. So we're about to get underway here in the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica for League A, Group A, Concacaf Nation Football. Gallardo, yeah, he's been an outstanding servant of Mexican football, and I'm sure they'll love for him to tonight be one of their trump cards. We're underway here at the National Stadium with Mexico in possession, and they're kicking from right to left. And if you have knowledge of the National Stadium here in Kingston, then they're kicking towards the hills. The Jamaicans, conversely, kicking towards downtown Kingston, the waterfront, picturesque waterfront. So just to remind you of the permutations here, a draw for Jamaica would ensure that they will finish at least second in the group. At the moment, Suriname are on a point. They got that point from Jamaica in Paramaribo 2 weeks ago. And since then, they've lost their subsequent 2 games, conceding 3 goals in both. 3-0 to Mexico on Saturday, 3-1 to Jamaica 8 nights ago here in Kingston. So they can only reach 4 points. Jamaica at the moment are on 4 points. Another point will take them to 5 as the Mexicans launch their first attack. Dangerously, and the goalkeeper is called upon to make a brilliant save, and he did so wonderfully. Point blank range effort there from Andre Blake with barely a minute on the clock. The Mexicans attacked from the right, a nicely floated ball in the area, and the player ghosted behind the Jamaican defense. And a snapshot there coming in from the number 14, Luis Chavez. Caught the attention of the goalkeeper, Andre Blake, in inspired form there, though. And the action is swift and early, with Mexico setting out their stalls and making their intentions known very early. Here they come again. This is Chavez with another long-range effort. He's feeling it tonight. That left-footed effort sailed over the bar, but not by far. Coach Paul Hall is off his bench very, very early. In fairness, though, he barely sits on that bench of his, constantly shouting instructions to his charges. He says he knows the playing style of the Mexicans, and nothing that they can do tonight will surprise the Jamaican team. It's about how they react to it. Here's Blake. So Jamaica trying to sort of settle themselves down, and suppose would want to show the Mexicans that they can give as much as they take. When the teams met in that World Cup qualifier earlier this year, it was the Mexicans who had to come from behind. The Jamaicans took the lead, and Mexico had to come from behind. They ended up leaving with all 3 points and eventually going on to qualify for the World Cup. And while we're at it, let's just say congratulations to our Concacaf colleagues, Costa Rica. They booked the last qualifying spot to the World Cup 2022 just today. They beat New Zealand by 1-0 in Qatar. The Jamaicans are on the attack. Shamal Nicholson over on the far left. It gets across in a brilliant goal. Leon Bailey. Wonderfully done. The first attack from the Jamaicans tonight. And it was bang on target. The Aston Villa frontman with a perfectly placed header. He benefited from a beautiful cross from Shamar Bowser-Nicholson. And Jamaica are leading this contest by a goal to nil like they did in January. Look at this. Bowser-Nicholson, the moment he got the ball, he looked up. He spotted Bailey. And Bailey, with a bullet-like header, bulged in the back of the Mexican net. The locals are up by a goal to nil. First attack. It could so very well have been 1-1 because Mexico got a brilliant opportunity from Luis Chavez. But Andre Blake was in inspired form. He kept that one out. But his opposite number, Rodolfo Cota, could do no such thing. And Leon Bailey, with his third goal for Jamaica from 17 internationals, is taking a lot of stick from the locals that he doesn't do well when he wears the gold of Jamaica. Tonight, he has silenced not just a few critics, but a lot of them. Jamaica lead by a goal to nil here in Kingston with barely 5 minutes on the clock. Here the Mexicans, though, they're trying to respond. Standing in the way that time was Jamoy Topi, but they come again, and you're going to expect them to come all night. Here they are with another opportunity. The ball trickled just past the left, right, upright of goalkeeper Blake, but then it wouldn't have counted, of course. A Tuna with a bright smile on his face. He strayed, was in an offside position. Very small margin, no, he was well offside. Got quite a number of Mexican supporters inside the stadium here as well. They're heading to the World Cup. So in addition to seeing these games as qualifiers for the Nation League final and the Concacaf Gold Cup, they're also seeing them as warm-up games. I think they have 2 more games in the near future. Mexico, they've got one against Peru, one against Paraguay. Almost like never-ending football. Here they are again, trying to prize open the Jamaican defense. Wonderful work done there from Damien Lowe. The pass to match Bailey with a silky skill and brilliant speed, just drifting across the area, gave the ball away, but Jamaica gets the possession back. Topi to Williams. Lambert trying to play the 1-2 with Williams. Mexico breaks the attack up and sets off in a counter-attacking move on their own. It's Julian Flemings, who scored in Jamaica's last 2 games. Plays for Toulouse, who have gained promotion to Ligue 1 in France. So he'll be rubbing shoulders with the aristocrats of the French League later this year when the new season gets underway. The likes of Leo Messi and Kylian Mbappe. Referee Brian Lopez. He's taking the name of a Jamaican player. The card is in his hand. Of course, FIFA this week also making a very, very crucial and key announcement that 5 substitutions will now become the norm. So the pace of the game has just slowed down slightly. So Damien Lowe dripping buckets already. Suggests that he has covered a lot of miles so far because it's a relatively cool evening. Here they are again, the Jamaicans. This is Lambert, is it? No, it's Nicholson Bowser. Jamaica has won a corner, their first corner of the game. In fact, the first corner of the game. He must be very, very pleased with how things have progressed so far, Paul Hall. In the early stages of his role as national coach on his own, took charge of the last 6 World Cup qualifiers, managed just a solitary victory over Honduras. So Jamaica won 2 games in the 14 of their World Cup qualifiers. In both victories, came against Honduras. Here's Junior Fleming. Nicely swung in. Just off the face of the goal. The ball kissing the face of the goal. And Bailey just trying to go for placement. Just trying to wrap his left foot around that, looking for his second tonight. But the Mexicans are living dangerously every time the Jamaicans come forward. The Mexicans are in danger. That one came from Bowser Nicholson, I make it. And Bailey there just trying to wrap that one around after the tee up there. Yes, it was Bowser Nicholson. Shamar Nicholson with that firm header. Actually just redirecting and using the power and the pace from that corner and kissing the face of the goal. Here's Bailey though. He looks up for it tonight. Morrison. Still Ravel Morrison. Been quiet all night, but a player with outstanding ability who can come to light at any moment and any game. We saw that to deadly effect of the Surinamese 8 nights ago when he wrapped his right leg around that free kick just on top of the area and gave Jamaica that 1-0 lead. But the Mexicans are a totally different bunch. This is Devon Williams. Bailey coming short for it. He's forced back in his own area. Low. Brown. Topi just bringing Blake into the action. Blake in his bright, familiar pink. Irrespective what color the national team wears, he's almost always in pink. Here they come, the Mexicans. This is Luis Romo, spreading the ball further right. Free kick one here by Jamaica. Mari Bellu had a very, very good night against Suriname. He's making his national stadium debut, I think it was. And he really came through with flying colors. As a Mexican coach, came under a lot of pressure in his last game against Suriname, because despite winning by 3-0, the locals believe that the Mexicans should not have had so many problems with the number 41 ranked Surinamese, and they believe 3-0 was just not good enough for the quality Mexico team. Tonight they're up against it. They're trailing. Goalkeeper Cota beaten once tonight. I'm sure Paul Hall and his management team would love to see more of what they saw on minute number 4 or 5 thereabout, when Leon Bailey, if you're joining us for the first time, headed Jamaica into that early lead. It was a first attack for the Jamaicans of the night, and they made use of it. So Topi, one of 2 changes. So it was 7 minutes ago, approaching 8. Yeah, the Aston Villa man headed Jamaica firmly into the lead. And then, of course, Shamar Nicholson, his header kissing the frame of the goal, and Bailey's follow-up was kicked high over the bar. But so far, so good. This game is just simmering. Just getting ahead of steam, the game is. And these 2 teams, they know each other so well. These 2 countries know each other so well. And you're almost certain to get a good game when they meet. The Mexicans just never give up. And the Jamaicans have shown with every game they play against still the standard by which Concacaf football is judged, despite the emergence of the United States in the last 15 or 20 years. Costa Rica is there or thereabout. Canada now emerging as one of the powerhouses of the region. It's getting ever so competitive. As we look at Mexico's first corner of the game, they're still dangerously in the 6-yard area, twisting and turning. And Amari Bell is sticking there with Pineda, and Chavez also there as well. So the Mexicans well served in the area. They just couldn't get by the Jamaican number 4, Amari Bell, on that occasion. All the Jamaican players are back in the 18-yard area except one, Leon Bailey. man to strike this, Chavez. It's a goal kick to the Jamaicans. Pressure eased. Not sure if Santiago Jimenez, the number 9, here's Mexico again, kicked over there in the middle of the park. Referee Lopez right on spot. And he says Devon Williams brought Jimenez down illegally. And as per the rules of the game, Jimenez has won himself and his country a free kick. Williams trying to pull out of that tackle. He planted himself in anticipation of Jimenez going forward. So he knew exactly what he was doing. Let's see what the Mexicans will make of this one. Standing over it menacingly is Luis Jimenez. So he was kicked over and he's decided to go for it. He's also standing over the ball, Orbelin Pineda. Which of them will have the leg up on this one? Will they have the audacity to go direct to the goal? Absolutely not. They're going to float it in the area and hoping for a header. The header did come all right. Ah, nice feet. Brilliant. Wonderful relationship here with the football, Ravel Morrison. Fleming forced back and eventually a throw to Mexico. Ravel Morrison brought the crowd to its... Brought the crowd alive just now with that silky bit of Dennis Bergkamp-like skill. Who can forget that goal that Bergkamp scored? I think it was against Tottenham Hotspur when he just used the pace of the ball to just slit it around the defender and got it back on the other side. This is Angulo. Coming forward now is for Mexico, Chavez. Slow, patient build-up here by the Mexicans. Quarter of an hour gone in the game. And if you're joining us for the first time, that 1-goal-0 lead that Jamaica has was given to them by the Aston Villa frontman, Leon Bailey. His 3rd international goal from now his 17th appearance in the gold of Jamaica.
Hey, Davian, come! Davian! Press him!
Jimenez. Seen a lot of the football. Strong tackle there coming in from Kevon Pepe Lambert. Through into Mexico. Gallardo playing it wonderfully in the area. In fact, Gallardo sends a good cross. Missing Jimenez, missing Topi, and runs over for a throw into Jamaica. That was a menacing cross. Slow grounder from Gallardo. Nicely worked 1-2 here. Jamaican defense at sea on that occasion. Corner to Mexico. Chavez has gone across. He's been at the center of the spot kicks for Mexico tonight so far. 3rd corner. And Chavez is on duty for a 3rd time. This time he goes aerial. Met there powerfully by Shamar Nicholson. But Mexico keeps possession until now. A win here for Jamaica tonight if they manage to hold the scoreline or even to improve on it, will put them firmly in charge of the group. They'd move to 7 points. And then Mexico will host Jamaica. In fact, Mexico's next 2 games will be at home. And I reckon those 2 games will be next year. Next March, I think it is. It's almost like they're playing football year-round. And a lot of the backlog has been caused or blamed on the pandemic. And of course, the unusual World Cup in November in Qatar. If it wasn't for Qatar, the World Cup would be going on right now because of the unbearable heat that side of the world. They've gone for a World Cup in November, December. And the global football stars have just got to try to navigate, you know, this heck of a schedule, if you like, until it works itself out. I suppose at some point it will, but for now, they're asked to play football at an alarming rate and pace. Here's Mexico, though, with possession. Again, they're trying to go aerial, known for moving the ball around nicely. If you notice tonight that they've gone aerial on quite a few occasions. Being a 0-0 or leading is different from chasing the game. And in that game against Suriname on Saturday in Mexico. Oh yes, Suriname played there on Saturday night. So the return fixture is going to be in Paramaribo in March next year, and then they host the Jamaicans to close out the group. Here they are. Oh, nice chance here for Mexico. Still a chance! And again, the ball just trickled, this time past the right upright. And the man on the end of that one, Pineda didn't get a start in Mexico on Saturday night. Here they are charging down the right channel. Well done. Just getting rid of Bell and Pineda. Brown in his way. Had to get out of the way of Brown, but he was not firmly on his feet while attempting the shot. And that is why he was falling away. And the power, he didn't get the sort of leverage that he needed on that shot because he was not firmly planted. Here they come again, Mexico. Still keeping possession. Just past 20 minutes in the game. And L3. Bailey. Well, just cut away from him on that occasion. And the referee, Lopez, is pointing in the direction of Mexico for this free kick. Looking for passing options, the Mexicans in the middle of the park. Pepe. That's Lambert just pressing the ball, trying to put the Mexicans under a bit of pressure, and they've successfully done so. And they've done more than that. They've won possession, and the crowd is loving it. It's a bit of commitment shown there by Lambert to get the ball back from the Mexicans. Blake, a bit clumsy on that occasion. And the fluency of that latest Jamaican move was affected by Blake's clumsiness in getting the ball away. Got tied up under his boot. Chavez gets the ball back. What does he do? He goes far right. Mexico just sharing it, while all the time looking for dangerous passing options that can open up this Jamaican defense. Has been so resolute tonight, because in fairness, though the Mexicans have gotten one or two opportunities, they've not been very clear-cut opportunities. On the converse, whenever the Jamaicans go forward, they look threatening. So Blake missing the last two games against Suriname with an injury. Back on duty tonight. Lambert. Bailey's boot got stuck in the surface. You just get the impression that he's playing tonight, and he really has a lot to prove to the locals who believe, and I suppose quite rightly so, that he's not the same Leon Bailey, who kept banging in the goals at Bayer Leverkusen and won so far against Everton in the English Premier League for Aston Villa. But here the Mexicans come, looking to restore parity. A shot at goal, another point-blank range save. So Blake, for the second time tonight, called upon to make point-blank range saves, and he was successful on both occasions. Bailey pulled down, free kick to Jamaica. It was a firmly struck shot too, you know. Topi twisting this way, then that. This one throwing for Jamaica over on the far side. Well, the crowd settling quite nicely. When the Mexicans are in town, they tend to drag the locals out. Not seeing the usual full house, but an acceptable crowd for a near midweek encounter. Williams. Devon Speedy Williams. Just laying back. So laying that left footer on it. Paul Hall, if you read his lips, he's telling the referee that 2-something. I'm sure what he's talking about. You could see him say ref. And the point shows the number 2 fingers. Probably telling the referee that someone on the Mexico team might have done something twice, and probably. It's more speculation. Here they come again, Mexico, the busy man, Alvarez. Here is Alvarez. Will he get the cross in? He did. The Jamaicans equal to that task. And Nicholson stretching out that telescopic left leg, and the crowd loved it. Here's Raven Morrison, one time to Lambert, and Brown now brought into the action. The Jamaicans moving the ball around. Brown giving possession away. He was looking to pick out Leon Bailey. Bailey was stationed behind Gallardo. Wouldn't have gotten to him. And here's the aforementioned Gallardo. Pineda, very skillful. Referee stopping Javane Brown in his tracks and giving possession of the football to Mexico. He says he was holding, persistent holding as well. Another shot on goal. So the Mexicans are shooting from distance. And that was Jimenez. We've seen her 2 or 3 times tonight. And he has had long-range efforts on goal. And you know, one of the goal scorers from Mexico against Suriname on Saturday night, his name is Henry Martin. Not names that you would normally associate with the Spanish-speaking country. And on the field, of course, the number 2 who has been doing brilliantly over on that right side, Kevin Alvarez. So interesting names for Mexican. But then it is what it is. Here they are, Mexico. Searching ball there from Chavez. Mars. Junior Fleming standing there, just waiting on the ball to fall for him. Gallardo says no. Let me go in and have a go. Free kick to Jamaica. They're approaching the half-hour mark in this Concacaf League A Group A game. Coach Martino, Leonardo Martino. So the Jamaicans will have a break. And no doubt we'll be looking for practice games against teams who have qualified for the World Cup and have drawn Concacaf teams in their group. Pineda, cut out there. Now Bailey, coming all the way back to help out in defense. Brown, Lambert, Bailey, sold Bailey short on that occasion. Chavez. Luis Romo. Mexico just playing the ball in their own area. Very methodical in their build-up. Angulo. Ball is now with Romo. Pinedo. Another twist and turn here from the Mexicans. Very smart movement here from the Mexico team. While they keep possession, they're making progression as well. But in the final third is where they're lacking so far. Here's the Vancouver Whitecaps player, Javane Brown. Mexicans hurriedly taking the throw. Paul Hall at the foot of the screen there, shouting instructions to his players all the time. So while Jamaica is in a rebuilding phase, the Mexicans are looking forward to go on the biggest of stages. They've done so on so many occasions, and you get the impression they're almost a certainty when it comes to qualifying for the World Cup. And they've done so again this year. It's a wall pass there from Lambert. This goes astray, and it gives Mexico an opportunity to take possession once again. This is Beltran. Now Chavez. Beltran gets the ball back. Will he go long over on the right? You bet. He brings Alvarez into the play. Mexico just stroking the ball around. They're sharing the football. Again, the final third is where they're having an Achilles heel, if you like. Not being able to penetrate the Jamaican defense. Here they come again, though. They're going to huff and puff all night long. The Jamaican defense is organized and resolute. And this must give Coach Paul Hall some joy that he can dip in and out of his defense area, bring in players when players are injured or make substitutions, and the defense holds up. It's about understanding the system and the requirement, all singing from the same hymn sheet. N'Golo. Using the outlet, that's Kevin Alvarez. It's been busy all night, Alvarez. Coach Paul Hall would have spotted it, and he sent Junior Flemings over there to track the runs of Alvarez. He's been darting up and down that right channel all night long. And over the last 7 or 8 minutes, we've not seen that from him because the coaching staff of the Jamaica team would have spotted it. And Junior Flemings is over on that side to sort of put a check on it. Low. No nonsense Jamaican defender. Nicholson, who plays his football in Spartak Moscow, the Russian capital. They won the Russian Cup a couple of weeks ago. Romo. Pineda had the ball taken off him by Lowe. Scoop pass. Very good defending there by Jamaica. Here's Nicholson. So Jamaica and Mexico, they have met 29 times. Mexico have won 21. Jamaica 5. And 4 have been drawn results. Tonight they're meeting for the 30th time when Jamaica leading by a goal to nil. Here's Alvarez on the ball, twist away from Ravel Morris. And Juna Fleming, who was sent over there to do just that, is really doing a good job tonight. He's picked out Leon Bailey, 2 against 2. Bailey has speed and skill. He has a good left foot as well. Ah, that was close. He gave Jamaica the lead on minute 4. And just now, we came very close to adding a second. When he goes onto that left foot, he's pretty dangerous. I'm sure the Mexicans would have done their homework on the Jamaican team, and in particular, the danger man in Leon Bailey. He has burned them already tonight. And just now, he came very, very close to doing it again. So we're hearing the clash of the supporters in the stand as well. The Mexican fans are saying Mexico and the Jamaicans are booing. It's all in the name of rivalry. Nothing serious. We love it. That's Romo. Getting a shot there of the National Stadium, especially the area where the Mexicans are perched. It's Coach Martino standing with his arms fold across his chest. His opposite number, Paul Hall, taking notes, Jose Mourinho style. No question which will be the happier dressing room if the scoreline we're seeing at the moment holds until the break. There's Jimenez looking to change that. A chance here for Mexico, pushed over. And the Mexicans clearly looking, well, simulation. So the Oriel Antuna has been booked for simulation. And the Jamaican supporters are applauding the referee for that. Well, a first card of the night. And Jimenez talking to referee Lopez, clearly disagreeing with the decision. But there's no contact from Amari Bell. The question is, did he dive? Did he try to trick the referee to get a penalty? In the referee's opinion, yes, he did. And he paid the penalty. So Uriel Antuna, first yellow card of the evening. That minute 37. So 2 yellow cards so far tonight. And the Mexicans just getting theirs. Jamal Topi got one earlier. Here's Shamar Nicholson. He's now operating on the right side of the field. Holds the ball up very well, has a very powerful kick. Williams tees it up for the aforementioned Topi. Judge for yourself. So we're edging closer to the 40-minute mark. And it was 32 minutes ago that Jamaica, actually 34 minutes ago that Jamaica took the lead, approaching 35. Seemed like a lifetime ago. And Leon Bailey headed the ball in. Rarely scores with his head. But then Lionel Messi does it as well. And when Lionel Messi can score with his head, then anybody can do it. Topi again in the way of another Mexican attack. Ravel Morrison. That ball caught. Shamron Nicholson flat-footed. Didn't expect it to come back to him that quickly. Nicely floated ball, looking for Pineda. Low read it very well. Can he complete the play by getting Nicholson on the ball? You bet he can. Nicholson has the freedom of the stadium. Darting to the right, the goalkeeper advancing and making the angle smaller. And he gets a corner. Shamar Nicholson for Jamaica. Another example of when Jamaica goes forward. Look at this. Nicholson twisting one way, then taking the defender the other way. And just a bit too much on that final touch. And the goalkeeper, Kota, picked up on it and left his line brilliantly to cut the angle and to make it almost impossible for Nicholson to get the ball across. Shout of goal. Goal coming from the Jamaicans as Bailey swirled this one in. Two players going down. And, it's nothing more than a goal kick to Mexico. Jamoy Topi trying to use his height and upper body strength to good effect. Didn't quite work out on that occasion. Chavez. Luis Chavez. We're on the 40-minute mark. So 5 minutes to go in the first half. Pineda. Junior Fleming stands in the way again. Really playing to instructions, Fleming. So it was good on the Jamaican coaching staff to pick that up, that Alvarez was running riot over on the right side. And the moment Fleming was pushed over that side, we've not been seeing too many of Alvarez. Referee darting quickly, Usain Bolt style, to the scene of the crime. And he's talking to Gallardo. Let's see what Gallardo did. So Bailey picked it up, and he was trying to dart away from Gallardo. No longer with the sort of pace that we normally know him to have, Gallardo. So he did the next thing. What does this remind you of? Giorgio Chiellini from Italy pulling down Bukayo Saka in the European Championship final last year. And just this week, he was talking about it. He said he just couldn't allow the young England international to get around him. And the intention always was to pull him down. On that occasion, I'm sure Gallardo decided same. Free kick has been won by Jamaica. But Mexican player is down injured. So sure, Jimenez is telling referee Lopez, make sure that you keep the time and keep it well, because the player has been down for a bit. Mexico, alias El Chicador. He's not smiling, but I'm sure he's a smile in that heart of his. The Jamaicans have done decently in this first half. Coach Martino, I wonder what's his concern. The Jamaicans have gotten the free kick. It was just the same incident from Leon Bailey's, so I'm not sure what they're complaining about. Just trying to figure it out. In the meantime, Lowe will take the free kick for Jamaica. Assistant referee says Nicholson was outside. Mexico is getting out of their own half. Again, going for the aerial option. And that aerial option is because the Jamaicans have plugged that hole over on the far side. Almost forcing the Mexicans to either take another route. They have switched the dimension of attack from central midfield to left. And another Gallardo cross into the area, repelled by the Jamaican defense. Not the captain tonight, Damian Lowe, but man, he's a leader. Julio Dominguez gets a return pass, does Dominguez. This is Alvarez. Will he go back on one of those mazy runs? No. He decides to side foot the crossover. And Blake has reacted quickest. So we're in the 45th minute of the game. And we'll have 2 minutes of bonus time. So 2 minutes of added time. And we're now into the first of those 2 minutes. There's a confirmation. The confirmation there coming from Rubel Vasquez from the United States, who's a fourth official tonight. Rafael Morrison went in quite sternly there. Sure, he would have been glancing over his shoulder to see where referee Lopez was, but no problems at all in the end for him as the Mexicans still in possession. Angulo, here he is on the ball. Jamaicans pressing and forcing Angulo back and is deep in his own 18-yard area. So just about a minute to go in this first half. It's been an eventful first half. Highlighted, of course, by that 4th minute goal by Leon Bailey. Romo seems like the man who's marshalling the defensive quarters here from Mexico. He strings the passes out of defense. Himself and Angola. One last attack for the Mexicans. They kick one. This looks like Jimenez. Yes, it is. Yeah, he was just clipped there by Lambert. So we've played the 2 added minutes, and we're now in added time. I suppose just time enough for the Mexicans to effect this free kick. Again, you're looking for them to float it in the area. All the Jamaican players are back behind the ball. In fact, there are 2 standing immediately in front of the ball, Bailey and Morrison. Here it comes. A firm header in the back of the net. Well, Mexico, they've been probing all night. And the final play before the break, they restore parity. Yes, he likes it. Martino, the coach, he must be saying, you've been doing it all night. Finally, what a time to concede for the Jamaicans. But the Mexicans, they have restored parity with the very, very last play before the break. So it's Jamaica 1, Mexico 1 going into the dugout. Let's have a look at it again. A nippy, zippy pass into the area. And a header coming in there from the number 7, Luis Romo. Here's it, Chavez with the ball. And Romo reacted quickest in the area. Despite being surrounded by a number of gold shirts, they were still not enough to keep the Mexicans out. And I'm sure they're happier going into the dressing room, having equalized with the very last play of the first 45 minutes. What a first half. Jamaica won, Mexico won here in Kingston. So just looking at some of the highlights from the first 45 minutes. That was on minute 4. The bullet header from the Aston Villa frontman Leon Bailey, benefiting from a cross from Shamar Nicholson, and Jamaica was off and running. The goalkeeper Kota beaten. Celebration in the Jamaican dugout. Celebration in the Jamaican camp on the field. Here's another opportunity for Jamaica. This time Shamar Nicholson. His header just kissing the face of the goal, and Bailey's follow-up just going high. But Mexico came very close to conceding a second shortly after the concession of the first. But they kept huffing and puffing all night. They're a passing football team, and Alvarez has been busy all night. And that powerful right-footed effort thwarted there by Andre Blake, the Jamaican captain and goalkeeper. Bailey again getting the leg up on Gallardo. And he twists one way then the next, and that dangerous left foot of his almost bringing Jamaica, giving Jamaica a 2-0 lead. And yeah, that was the last bit of play for the first half. And what a time to equalize. A nicely chipped ball in the area from Chavez. And guess who reacted quickest in that area? None other than Luis Romo, beating the goalkeeper. And Coach Martino and this coaching staff celebrating. The teams are now in their respective dressing rooms, having a chat about it, and getting ready to re-emerge for the second half. What them say?
Concacaf app. No matter where you are or who you're rooting for, you can watch your favorite competitions, teams, and players on the go. Get the latest news on all things Concacaf. Get access to stats, play-by-play, players' information, schedule, and standings. Get instant notifications and alerts. Discover other fans like you. And show your support in social media with our exclusive camera filters. All of that and much more. Take your Concacaf experience to the next level. Download now the official Concacaf app, available on the App Store and Google Play.
Brother, are you my charger? Oh, that's what it was. Okay. So welcome back to the National Stadium here in Kingston, Jamaica. It's League A Group A game in the Concacaf Nations League. Jamaica against Mexico. The Jamaicans emerging first from their dressing room. Coach Paul Hall would have had a chat about that concession. The last bit of play before the end of the first half, where the Jamaicans, having held the lead from minute 4, just could not hold on to it until the break. Leon Bailey, Javane Brown, they're talking in small groups amongst themselves. A point here tonight for Jamaica will give them that qualification to the Concacaf Gold Cup, because it would at least ensure that they finish second in the group. Ravel Morrison, a bit of trickery tonight with that little flick around the defender, talking to Amari Bell, two English-based players, Blackburn and Derby County. So Bell plays for Blackburn Rovers, and Ravel Morrison, well, he's listed as unattached. Last known club was Derby County. The Mexicans are not yet out of the tunnel, and Jamaicans are very much in a huddle at the moment. Yeah, so it's 3 minutes past 8 local time, and nights like these in Kingston tend to fire up the local football fans. I'd just like to say good morning to our viewers in London. We're getting messages that people are watching the game in London. Yes. Jamaicans, we're living in this global space, and yeah, access to your football and whatever sporting competition is not that very difficult. So good morning to the fans in England, in London. We're talking about what, after 2 o'clock in the morning now? Yeah, I think. We're yet to see the Mexicans. Now they are. Now here they are. Led, of course, by the goal scorer, Luis Romo. There he is. His header was what brought the Mexicans back on level terms before the halftime break. It's been a nice, watchable football game so far. Long may that continue. In fact, we hope to see some improvement in the second half. Jimenez has been up and down the park all night. One of those bright sparks for Mexico. Not seeing any substitutions. Just looking around the park. No. The Mexican fans are pretty much here with us tonight. These big straw hats that they're so known for around the world. Luis Romo is trying to fire up his team. They're off for the second half. Now Jamaica kicking towards the hills. The Mexicans kicking towards downtown Kingston in the direction of the Kingston waterfront. Historically, when Jamaica qualified for the World Cup in 1998 in France, it was Mexico, incidentally, who they played in their last qualifying game, and it was right here inside the National Stadium, and they ended in a scoreless result on that Sunday afternoon, and it set off wild celebrations in the country, not only for that day, but for days. And yeah, Mexico has visited this facility on so many occasions. And we remind you that it was Mexico who got to the final of the Nations League last year. They were beaten 3-2 in a thrilling game by the United States. And they're looking to go one better next year. The World Cup and all will be out of the way, so they'll be firmly concentrated on the Nations League and, of course, the Concacaf World Cup if they get there. Lambert, hacked down in the middle of the park. Bailey. Substitution from Lambert. Back with Bailey. Throwing this to Jamaica. Lambert, Flemings, Morrison, Nicholson, the target man. So Nicholson's reuniting with the team against Suriname. And then tonight, prior to that, he missed a couple of World Cup qualifying matches because he had just made his way over from Charleroi in the Belgian League. The Belgian League, Chapila. Card showed there to Amari Bell. He's 2 minutes into the second half. Crowd showing its displeasure. Bell is also questioning that decision. Let's have a look. Both players going up. Yes, he stuck out that left elbow on the side of the face of the player. Yeah, it was done so quickly. Yeah, that was good work from the referee. Well, the Mexican player spotted the incident even before the referee. That's Oriel Matuna. And the player on the end of that one is Alvarez, nippy little player, Kevin Alvarez. So 3 cards shown tonight, 2 to Jamaica. So it's 1-1 inside the National Stadium. Who will it be tonight? Will Mexico leave tonight the way they did the last time, winning? Or will the Jamaicans gain sweet revenge? He would love that. Or will the team share the points tonight? All that will unfold in the next 41 minutes. We will know for sure. Rafael Morrison, though, taken off him. Free kick to Jamaica. Sort of reborn Rafael Morrison. It's the start of the Nations League. In fact, his good patch has started the back end of the World Cup, the failed World Cup qualifying campaign, and he's brought it over into the Nations League. Bailey just trapped the ball under his right foot. Still Bailey. So Jamaica will wrap up their Nations League group campaign next year in Mexico. All they need to do tonight is to avoid defeat to qualify for the Gold Cup. Mexico can do so with a win tonight. They won't quite wrap it up if they draw tonight in Mexico, because then Suriname can get to 4 points as well. Here's Leon Bailey though. An opening here for Jamaica. Shamar Nicholson looked up. What a brilliant piece of play there. Cleared off the line. The magic in that play was when Bailey played the ball to Shamar Nicholson. Before he collected the ball, he looked up very, very quickly to see where the goalkeeper. He's an instinctive striker, Shamar Nicholson. Just needed a bit more power on that one. But it was really a brilliant bit of play and very good defending as well. Look, very, very quickly he looked up. This man is a goal scorer. Just needed a bit of pace on that one. And it would have been Jamaica 2, Mexico 1. High standard of kicking. A double-decker bus could have gone under that. That's from Devon Williams. Speedy, they call him. But the good strikers do that. Just know what you saw Nicholson did. And 2 Mexican defenders rushing in to clear that one off the line pretty much. And keep the score at 1-1. Williams. Jamaica starting another attacking move, but they're forced back. Topi. Getting the ball out of the crowded area. This is too much on that one for even Damien Lowe, who is not a short player. Marson. Looking for Nicholson. Didn't quite get to him. Julio Dominguez. Beaten there just now by Nicholson. There's so much that happens off the ball that oftentimes get missed. Here's Mexico. Easily dealt with there by Lowe, but instead of trying to get the ball away quickly, he kept it in the danger area. It's okay in the end, but it could have been so much different. There you go. Get it away. Well, he was trying to pass it out. Oh, is that a word or two for the referee, Damien Lowe? Three Mexican scorers against Suriname. They're all sitting quietly on the bench, hoping tonight that Coach Martino will pick their number and they get an opportunity to go on tonight. How many teams have that sort of luxury? You won 3-0 in your opening game and all 3 goal scorers can't find a place in the starting lineup. Here's Alvarez, Luis Alvarez. A really, really good game so far. It's the live wire of this Mexico team, always on the go. Lambert picks out Nicholson. Not smart play. Not smart play. He apologized to his teammate. Slow pace of the game at the moment. Jamaicans just holding their ground. The Mexicans hoping that they'll come at them and open the spaces. And that's happening just now. Morrison charging down that one. Nicholson. He's got Junior Fleming over. A chance here for Jamaica. Leon Bailey for a chance for the second. And the whistle went. Goalkeeper got hurt in the passage of play. Yeah, Bailey was offside from right there. But the assistant referees can hold it for as long as they possibly can. And on that occasion, he delayed it for a few seconds. But the moment the ball was passed, it was very clear that Leon Bailey was in an offside position. From the replay, that is. It wasn't easy to spot from the live play. But the Mexican defense, every time the Jamaicans come at them with any meaningful pace, they've got problems dealing with it. Firm tackle there from Lambert. He hurt himself. Seen that way. Referee Lopez is sprinting over. Gives some attention to Lambert. Well, he seems to be okay. He's back on his feet. Always a good sign. We can have a restart now. Trying to run off that knock, Lambert. He's forcing Alvarez back in his own defensive area. And now Mexico finally gets the ball away. Neither team able to put the ball in the ground and settle. Bailey, Morrison, neither got to it. Now here Chavez from Mexico, kicked over right in front of referee Lopez, and he's going to brandish a card for the third time for Jamaica tonight. The fourth overall. Damian Lowe, the latest to go into the little notebook of referee Lopez. And that was a really dangerous tackle. Chavez was going to get away, and Lowe says no. Look at this. Chavez just riding that tackle from Lowe. So the Mexicans more and more coming into their own, getting a bit more into the Jamaican half of the field, and now they have a free kick. Good run here by the Mexicans. Andre Blake, nicely positioned, and no doubt was reading that play. Read it very well too. The fans are waiting for the game to get back to the heights it scaled in the first 45 minutes. Cota with the ball for Mexico. Ravel Morrison. Still Morrison twisting and turning. Eventually playing the ball into the arms of goalkeeper, the welcoming arms of goalkeeper Cota. And make what you may of it. The Jamaican players have been shown the yellow card on 3 occasions tonight, and it just so happened that those 3 yellow cards have gone to 3 of the Jamaican defenders. Here's Mexico. Jimenez. A very timely interception there from Speedy Williams. Jimenez's eyes would have lit up when that ball came to him. Right here. And Devin Williams, timely interception there. Had to get that right. Flemings. Having his own little battle there going on with Alvarez. I suppose you would have predicted that. No player who is having the freedom of a stadium all night is happy when he's suddenly checked. Frustrating moments now for Alvarez. Good run there from Bailey to keep this one in play. And the standard of the passing tonight has not been good. It's not been top shelf, put it that way, from either team. We've seen on so many occasions tonight where the ball has been turned over to the opposition. Game characterized by a number of stoppages, some for silly foul plays. Stopey. One of the young talent in Jamaican football. We're just past the hour mark. And for those who have joined us late, Jamaica took the lead on minute 4. Leon Bailey, a firmly headed goal from a left-sided corner. And Mexico restored parity with the very, very last bit of play before the half. And the man who got onto the end of that one was Luis Romo. And that is why we are where we are now with the scoreline. Amari Bell has got to trot carefully. He received the first yellow card tonight for Jamaica. Alvarez. Not a great deal wrong with that one. He stuck out the right leg. He was given a stern talking to by referee Lopez. And now the Jamaicans will have to defend against what tantamount to a corner. But it's a cross from the right side. And Blake is trying to organize his area. Man who will strike this for Mexico. Orbelin Pinedo. Well, he's standing over it. There's also Chavez. Went directed goal with that one. Luis Chavez. He does all the spot kick work for Mexico tonight. All of them, including that spot kick which led to the goal. Jamaica working nicely, going forward. Well, the referee says Amari Bell, or was it Ravel Morrison who handled the ball? Morrison is saying no, he's disagreeing with whatever the referee is saying. In the meantime, the Jamaican player is down injured. Is it Leon Bailey? Yes, it is. He's favoring his left leg. A lot of these players will have to be going back to pre-season very, very early because the leagues around Europe will be disrupted because of the World Cup. So I'm sure the managers of these clubs are keeping tabs on these players, especially those considered to be very, very important players in their club setup. That's Warren Barrett there, gesticulating. He was the goalkeeper for Jamaica when they went to the World Cup. Not only the goalkeeper, he was a captain when they qualified historically to the World Cup. There he is, Warren Barrett. They call him Boopy. There he is. bit animated. Bailey's up. I was just about to ask which of the teams would blink first as far as the substitution is concerned. And Mexico appears to be the ones who will be making a substitution. They say generally substitutions are made with the 70-minute mark, generally. We're now on 65 minutes. And we were told that Mexico has a double soup to make in short staff. Let's see. They are in possession though. We're watching Nations League, League A, Group A. The league leaders, the group leaders, Jamaica, against the beaten finalist from last year, Mexico. And they're all squared, both looking for the clincher. Dominguez. He plays it back to Angulo, who decides to spray it wide, looking for Alvarez. Alvarez is not the tallest of players. And that's Angulo. He's so 11 for Mexico will be heading in. Oberlin Pineda is a player who will be taken out. And Diego Lanez will be the player who will be going on. There's a substitution there for Mexico, the first substitution. Pineda out. And in goes Lanez. So already Lanez getting involved, trying to get his players G'd up for the last 23 minutes of this game. The Mexicans looking for the go-ahead goal. No, says Bell. Standing in the way. Here's Lanez. Just came onto the field. Will he go for the shot? Yes, he does! And another good save there from goalkeeper Blake. Another good save from the Jamaican captain and goalkeeper. But Lanez, his introduction to the game was almost immediate, the impact. Here he is, just keeping away from two Jamaican players. I made that 3, and then he got off a shot, and Blake had to go low for that one. What an impact. Clearance there from Lambert. The Mexicans come again. A nicely floated ball. The header he got on, but was ill-directed. So the Mexicans are getting closer. And on 2 occasions within the last minute or so, they've drawn the attention of the Jamaican defense. Of course, goalkeeper Blake was called into action just now. Throw into Jamaica. Referee Lopez right on spot, and he would have seen everything. What's happening, says Paul Hall. I tell you, Junior Fleming and Alvarez, and just now the number 16 man Beltran getting involved. You could have seen this coming, couldn't you? Free kick to Jamaica. Now, 8 nights ago, from that very, very same spot, possibly maybe a meter or 2, a yard or 2 closer to the goal, Ravel Morrison stood over the ball and wrapped his right leg brilliantly around it. He's moved away from it. The ball swung in dangerously. Arriving late was Lambert. Couldn't get a leg on it. But last week, Ravel Morrison kicked powerfully into the back of the Suriname net from almost that same spot. He was standing menacingly over this one, and the crowd started shouting, "Goal, goal," only to see him run away from it. And Bailey sending in that cross that missed Lambert. Bertrand. Here he is again with the ball. He has the goal scorer, Romo, in front of him. He gets the return pass from Romo. This is a man who just came onto the field and made such an immediate impact, Lanis. Mexicans are shooting the ball around. This is Jimenez. Mexicans have reshaped the way they've gone about things. Jimenez playing closer to Dominguez. He's trying to plug the midfield hole that the Jamaicans have gotten so many of their moves through. Bell. Go to Jamaica. He's had 2 good nights in the stadium, Amari Bell. He must love it here. Right on cue, here he is with the ball again, Bell. Oh yeah, commentator's curse, yeah? He's been doing well all night. And the moment I highlighted it. You get the impression the Mexicans are warming to the game just now. They've had so much of the possession. The Jamaicans are doing well to keep them out while creating opportunities of their own. Second half not quite matching what we saw in the first half. Dominguez. Alvarez skips past Fleming. That must be a good victory for him. And he keeps running. That's what he did in the early stages of the first half and had to be stopped. As a judge to have handled the ball. Let's have a look. Did he though? Did he? The referee says yes, he did. But for me, it's inconclusive from that bit of play that he actually handled the ball. Another throw to Jamaica. They're unable to get the ball upfield. Every attempt is made to get it upfield has come off another player, a Mexican player. Fleming, heavily policed. Good determination there shown by Fleming. Williams. Topi. Here's Lowe. He's got Lambert in front of him. He's also got Ravel Morrison. Morrison's attempted cross to pick out Maribel. Thwarted, and now the Mexicans are setting off. A chance for Mexico again. Just going past the left upright. I tell you, they're warming up to the game at the moment because they're having a lot of possession and they're making a lot of forays into the Jamaican 18-yard area. This is Antuna. Hodder on minute 75 for Mexico. Got just under 60 minutes to go in the game. And the winner, the next goal you think probably could be it. Antuna looking for a free kick. Wasn't successful. Alvarez will go for the shot. Ravel Morrison in the way. Here's Lainez. It's on his right foot. Antuna. And Jimenez's feeble header dealt with there by goalkeeper Blake. Leon Bailey couldn't catch up with the pace of the football just now. So Mexico will shortly take out Beltran. And in his stead will be Eric Sanchez. Now, Eric Sanchez got one of the goals against Suriname. So one of their 3 goal scorers finally getting a chance to get onto the field. And that's Eric Sanchez. There he is. In fact, Henry Martin is also going on. So he also scored against Suriname. So 2 of the goal scorers are going to go onto the field. So Henry Martin and Eric Sanchez. So Henry will take the place of Jimenez. Jimenez has worked his socks off tonight. And he's really put in a brilliant shift for Mexico. Seen a lot of the football and was at the heart of everything that was good about the Mexican play for the time that he was onto the field. And here's a man running onto the park. Henry Martin. He got on the score sheet on Saturday against Mexico. So 2 of their goal scorers are now on. Will that make a difference? Only time will tell. We've got 14 or so minutes to know. Nice feet from Ravel Morrison. Now he needs to pick out a good pass. You bet he did. Junior Flemings trying to bulldoze his way past the 2-3 Mexican players. The odds were stacked heavily against him doing that. Jamaica yet to blink. They've got what? 2, 4, 6 players warming up out of our vision at the moment. As the rain's pouring down. While Kevin Lambert tries to get some assistance, some attention. Yeah. It's been raining in Kingston. Well, in parts of Kingston today. And now it's made its way over to the National Stadium. The spectators over in the bleachers and just campering while we wait for Kevin Lambert to be sorted out. The Mexicans are taking the time out to have a chat about what they're going to do in the last 13 minutes of this game. And it's a heavy downpour now. Not just a slight drizzle, but a heavy downpour now, as you can see there through our camera lens. Nothing new or strange to these professional football players. They do this from time to time, having to operate in conditions unfavorable at times, but it comes with being a professional sportsman. Look at that shot. Wonderful from our camera personnel. So a rainy night in Kingston, and neither team quite raining on each other's parade. Referee Lopez calling the players on to say, listen, let's get this game back on track. And they have done so. Flemings. Leon Bailey unable to keep possession of the football of late. And there's a foot race here between Damien Lowe and Antura. Lowe was always favored to get there ahead of him. But they come again, the Mexicans, unrelenting. This is a goal scorer for Mexico, Romo. Alvarez. Flemings has come across to confront him. He's given the ball to Lainez and he gets it back. So the Mexicans are stroking the ball around the park. Dominguez. Here he's now bringing in the number 3, Angulo. They've gone around the field, the Mexicans, to get their latest attack going. Here they are, Lanes on the top of the area. Will he go for the shot? Yes, he does. And Blake again. He's having a good night in goal tonight for Jamaica. Andre Blake on his return to the team. Conditions a little bit more difficult for him now. But Lanes. Mexico with a corner. It's high, giving Blake enough time to go up and pluck that one out. You want your corners to come a little lower and with a bit more pace, a little more zip, a little more pizzazz to them. So Jamaica will be bringing in Rolando Aarons. He's from Huddersfield Town. And Kevin Lambert, who has gone down no fewer than 2 or 3 times in the last couple of minutes. He'll be given a break. So it's a like for like. Here's Lanes. Chance now for Jamaica to effect that and their first substitution of the night. So Kevin Lambert making way slowly off the park. I think the referee saying walk at a slightly faster pace, sir, and he says okay. And Rolando Aarons now from Huddersfield Town on the park. Williams. Free kick to Mexico. This second half has flown by very, very quickly. Mexican free kick, and no prize for telling who will take this one. He has taken every single one before now. Here is a substitute, Roland Aarons. Jamaica getting a chance to see him for the first time in living colors, and he continues the run. Has he gotten himself a free kick or a corner? He's got the latter. Good introduction. The crowd applauding that bit of move from the Huddersfield Town player. And to show you here the vuvuzelas going off with our sound effect microphones as Jamaica gets ready to effect the corner from the near side. There are a number of gold shirts in the area just hovering around, waiting on this one. Again, it's very slippery conditions there operating in, and anything hard and zippy in that area could go anywhere. Leon Bailey with the corner, nicely floated, and the goalkeeper Kota thought about holding it. At last minute he decided to punch it away from his danger area. Jamoy Topi has hardly put a foot wrong tonight. Another good night for him. Here is Topi again, called upon to defend against another Mexican attack. Yeah, Chavez feels confident enough to go for it from distance, testing his range. That would have come from like 25 yards out. And without the pace and direction, was never going to trouble the Jamaican defense or the goalkeeper, Andre Blake. Voted on at least 2 occasions MLS goalkeeper of the year. He's a fine goalkeeper. Here they come again. Chavez to Lanes. Lanes has been confronted here by Bell. The ball falling fortuitously to Aarons. Maribel with Jamaica's latest throw. Inevitably, though, the ball falls back to the Mexicans. Now Leon Bailey is working his way out of the area. Not successful. In fact, Mexico now has an opportunity to raid the Jamaican goal again. That was not far away. And again, it was Chavez who decided to test his range. What has he seen in goalkeeper Blake that has forced him in for the second time in about 2 minutes to go for long-range efforts? I suppose because the conditions are favorable for those zippy sort of shots. The game is still here for the taking. The next goal, you just think, if there's going to be a next goal, will be the winning goal. Very little between the teams so far tonight, though. And though we're still some 4 minutes away, if it should end 1-1, doubt you're going to find too many people complaining about that. I think that would have been, if it happens to be a scoreline that match what we saw here tonight. But still got some ways to go, and it's still open for either team to jump in and take this one. Here's a goal scorer for Mexico, Luis Romo. Aarons again. This time he was just trying to skip away from, and he just came onto the field. It's Eric Sanchez. And Toro handled the ball right in front of the referee. Henry Martin getting that one away. So the fans are becoming desperate for a goal. And I'm talking about both sets of fans. So throwing to the Jamaicans over on the far side. Here comes Mexico. Now Jamaica. Aarons looks a very good player. He's hardly put wrong since coming on. Nicholson forced wide. Very good work here done by Dominguez. And a free kick won here by Mexico. It's actually Angulo. We're in the 89th minute. Free scoring Shamar Nicholson. Managed just a few shots in the 2 games that we've seen him in. Against Suriname and now against Mexico. Damien Lowe. Lanes is there, expertly done by the lanky Jamaican defender. And he's picked out the midfield general in Ravel Morrison. Here the Jamaicans come. They're darting towards the Mexican area. Aarons brought into the play. What will he do? Will he go for the shot? He thought about it before he's charged down. And Mexico will settle for Jamaica taking a throw. We're in minute number 90. So Jamaica on the verge or 4 minutes away from qualifying for the Concacaf Gold Cup, and that would make Suriname's game against Mexico meaningless from a Suriname standpoint. Here's Aarons. Yeah, he's human. This is Lanes cutting away from the Jamaican defense, from the Jamaican midfield. Barged into Williams just now, but it has not stopped the Mexican train going forward. Here they come from the left side. Sanchez asking for the delivery and decides instead to go for a shot. And again, Blake equal to the task. We're in the first of 4 added minutes. Romo just shadowing the ball. Chavez. Sanchez. Alvarez. They storm forward, the Mexicans. Force back, but they keep possession. Angulo. Cota is brought into the play. Dominguez turns, looks forward for a pass. He picks out Lanes, is it? No, Lanes now will eventually get to it. Topi's labored. Here's a nippy little Mexican. Still Lanes. Get the ball in. They're still probing. They're still looking for the code to unlock this Jamaican defense. Here they come again, the Mexicans, looking menacing. And low, his interception brought an end to that bit of Mexican play. What can Junior Fleming do for Jamaica, if anything? He gets a free kick. Gallardo. Still managing to put in 90 minutes for Mexico. Tope looking worse for wear. The remaining minute and a half in this game can't come too quickly for him. He's really stood like a rock tonight for the Jamaicans in defense. Here he is. Brown, Gervain. Is this one last foray for the Jamaicans into the Mexican 18-yard area? Will they get there? Morrison keeps it alive. Now the ball is swung in. Nicholson looked at the ball, then turned his back to it. Maybe he gave up the ghost the moment he looked up. He realized he couldn't have gotten to it. We're playing out the last few seconds of this game, and it's 1-1 at the moment. And if it stays this way, Jamaica will qualify for the Gold Cup. The top 2 teams in the 4 League A groups will qualify automatically to the Gold Cup. The winners of the group will qualify for the Nations League final. And that's only for League A, because there are different tiers. There are 41 countries participating in the competition. Last year, Jamaica operated in League B. Mexico, as always going to operate in League A. Mexican coach Martino still urging his players. And the referee says he's seen enough. The game ends in a 1-1 stalemate. Jamaica and Mexico. This has effectively, well, Suriname can still get something from their game because they can still get to 4 points. Unlikely as it may seem, because they'll play Mexico in their last game. Mexico, in the meantime, have Jamaica and Suriname to play. So it ends 1-1 here in Jamaica. Here's one of the goal scorers. Could have gotten another tonight, Leon Bailey. And the other in the foreground there, Luis Romo. Decent, watchable game. It dropped in its intensity and quality at some stage, but by and large, a result that I suppose, based on what we saw tonight, one could say, yeah, is a result reflecting the play that we got tonight. So Jamaica now moves to 5 points, and they remain leaders ahead of Mexico on 4. Suriname remain on a point with a game to play next March. So they've got a lot of time to think about that one. And that's what she wrote in Kingston tonight on a rainy night. And Damian Lowe, this is Gallardo, another one of the outstanding Mexicans tonight. Ravel Morrison.
Group D, a match with major implications. It is El Salvador taking on the United States. Mike Watts on hand, happy to call this one and bring it to you wherever you may be. The torrential rain through Central America and the Caribbean has continued throughout Nations League today. 69 degrees at the outset, but not so nice rain is in the forecast. The field is held up a bit better than it did yesterday for Honduras and Canada, but there is some pretty significant water. Here's a look at Group D. Either of these teams win and they have cleared Grenada, they'll have a clear path to stay in League A and qualify for the Gold Cup in some capacity. If El Salvador or the USA draw, El Salvador would still assuredly be beyond Grenada. Here's a look at what El Salvador has done. 3-1 victory over Grenada, and then a 2-2 draw that led to a lot of commentary in the local media. An 88th minute equalizer from Heel, enough to take at least the point away. Now they welcome the United States. Into the rain. It's the Nations League anthem to be followed by that of the United States, and then El Salvador here at Estadio Cuscatlán. That is the primary fashion choice throughout Estadio Cuscatlán. Everyone but the players covered in rain slickers. It's going to pour all night long. United States captain Christian Pulisic leads the U.S. past the Salvadoran players as we close in on kickoff at Estadio Cuscatlán. This is Nations League, League A, Group D. The top two teams. They'll meet here, and then they'll meet again in the United States in March. Here's Hugo Perez's starting lineup for El Salvador. It is a group that does feature a player in the United States right now in Ronald Rodriguez at FC Tulsa, and newly signed Jairo Henriquez of Colorado Springs. They both play in the second division. Mario Gonzalez will be the goalkeeper for the side. Nelson Bonilla, a tremendous goal scorer from San Salvador, will captain the group. This field has taken some pretty solid abuse in recent days. The rain has been pouring here for hours today. Cesar Ramos of Mexico will oversee the game. He's previously overseen the FIFA Club World Cup final, the Concacaf League final, the Concacaf Champions League final, and a number of finals in Mexico, including the 2019 Apertura. A photo for Bonilla, Pulisic, and the officials, and we look at the lineup that Greg Berhalter has sent out. 7 changes. It's everybody but the back 4. Ethan Horvath comes into the lineup as the goalkeeper for the group. Weah, Aronson, Pulisic, Musa, Adams, and Haji Wright move into the 11. For Haji Wright, this is likely the most important game of his life, wearing a United States crest. If he can score a goal or a couple goals, as Jesus Ferreira did a few days ago against Grenada, it would go a long way in showing Greg Berhalter he deserves a place on the plane to Qatar. An El Salvador side that finished in the bottom half of the octagonal. 4 teams from CONCACAF, the 3 from North America, Canada, Mexico, the United States, and now confirmed today, Costa Rica are bound for Qatar. For the U.S., regardless of the conditions, they expect to come here, continue what's been a historically dominant and persistent road of wins against El Salvador, and take firm control of this group as they hope to repeat as CONCACAF Nations League champions. Cesar Ramos will wait for the signal to begin the proceedings tonight. Rain will pour all night long. Can either of these teams pull ahead in a competitive Group D? It is the United States visiting El Salvador. Early touch for Landaverde. And out by Roberto Dominguez. Even Hugo Perez is looking for an extra jacket. It's that kind of soaking wet night in San Salvador. A throw for Anthony Robinson. And away by Tamakis, who is added to the 23-man roster by El Salvador between their most recent game and this one, the 2-2 draw at Grenada. Bonilla trying to get by Reggie Cannon, leading Jairo Henriquez. And from a long way out, Horvath will watch this sail wide. Christian Martinez, who's won the Costa Rican League 3 times, born in Costa Rica, capped for them twice last year and ultimately pledged his allegiance to the El Salvador national team going forward. Pressure from Pulisic. Henriquez. Bonilla. Tamakis. Early ball, dangerous. And the header speared off target. That's Bonilla into the attack. And the opening 100 seconds certainly belong to El Salvador. There's Hugo Perez. He went to the World Cup with the United States national team. Back in 1994, he won the Gold Cup in 1991. A U.S. Soccer Hall of Famer. Back to Horvath. His first start for the U.S. in 370 days. He was the hero in the Nations League final against Mexico. He also ended up having to be the hero for Nottingham Forest in the playoff final in England. Ultimately, they won 1-0, earned their place in the Premiership next year. Beyond Aronson, taken by Gonzalez. Reyes. Tamakis. Dominguez. Gonzalez. Gonzalez was the first choice for Hugo Perez. The World Cup qualifying octagonal debuted just a year ago. That's a handball and a free kick to the U.S. You can tell with every slide, this field's going to come apart at the seams. You saw Greg Berhalter, 48-year-old manager of the U.S. He capped 44 times for the U.S. men's national team. Effectively, Berhalter entered as Hugo Perez exited. Bonilla. Oriana. Horvath. Aaron Long. Be the only U.S. player to start all 4 games in this window. Grenada and El Salvador Nations League friendlies against Morocco and Uruguay. Reyes stays in with all the spin for Anthony Robinson. Down goes Adams. Adams was shown during the Grenada game in Austin, Texas, in the luxurious suite level at Q2 Stadium. What he's experiencing tonight is very different. Yunus Musa. Long. Adams. Aronson. Cameron Carter-Vickers, the chance to start back-to-back games. Completed his transfer to Celtic this week from Tottenham. Robinson. Seeking Haji Wright. Carter-Vickers and Larin Stole by the referee. Pulisic. Robinson. Pulisic chasing. Rounding the corner. Pulisic pushing back for Aronson. Taken out of the air by Weah. Greg Berhalter showed deference to the competition in the lead up to the match against Grenada. He did tell the domestic press in the U.S. that he felt this game against El Salvador would be a better proving ground for some of the players trying to confirm their place, for some of those who perhaps already know they're going, to sharpen their tools ahead of the World Cup in Qatar. Referee says nothing there. And now he's reconsidered. Tamakis, Bonilla, Landaverde. This land is becoming less and less verde. Streaks of mud forming across the central portion of this field. It'll act as its own heat map as this game continues. Long. Horvath. Musa. Spearheads the attack. Pulisic. Pulisic goes down. Referee wags his finger back and forth. Nothing doing. Musa. Contact from Carter Vickers. Coming from an offside position, be with the U.S. This is a venue that has an automated irrigation system that was added during the 2020 renovations of this historic venue. It officially holds about 45,000, opened back in 1976. The consummate host to a number of Champions League, Concacaf League, and yes, World Cup qualifying and now Nations League matches for El Salvador. Long. Robinson did well to weave in and out, the Fulham player. Musa. Robinson. Chopped out by Reyes. Play continues. Robinson. Reyes Looked like perhaps he had kept that in. Down goes Pulisic. Well, it's a completely unnecessary step from Reyes. And Pulisic stares daggers in reverse. That's going to be a battle worth watching. Carter Vickers and Larin. Pulisic. Pulisic wants this wide. Aronson. Referee contemplated advantage. Free kick for the United States. Surely it'll be Pulisic again. Aronson steps over. Pulisic played it ahead. Aronson. Pulisic. Wayward service. Chased down and comes out. Landaverde. Oriana. Played over the top. Reyes. It's out of his reach. This is an El Salvador side that played the U.S. really well in World Cup qualifying. The U.S. dressing 12 World Cup qualifying debutantes. A record for the country. And the 0-0 draw in San Salvador. That was September 2nd. 1-0 in the return to the U.S. Anthony Robinson scored the winner then. Free kick won here by Bonilla. Now in Thailand, well over 100 goals, club and country. Bonilla may well be the linchpin for a El Salvador upset tonight. Larin. Skies forward, attempt to take that out of the air. Horvath can't get there and cleared away from the line. Tamakis nearly for El Salvador. Carter Vickers sends it away from the goal mouth. It's just a bit hesitant from Ethan Horvath. Tamakis can't get by Aronson. Aronson slides. He was pushed by Martinez. Carter Vickers. Aaron Long. Anthony Robinson. Well, that header forward offered an opportunity to Tamakis. Had he taken that out of the air, he could have made life really difficult for Ethan Horvath. Reyes. Long. Aronson. Good thievery. Weah nearly with right. To Aronson. This calendar year, the U.S. only have 5 goals scored by strikers in the run of play. They've all come from Jesus Ferreira. 4 of them tying a program record against Grenada last time out. Headers away. I do want to see if Haji Wright could be the answer. Did score in the 3-0 win over Morocco. This is first start for the U.S. Carter Vickers, Musa. Pulisic. Tug of the shirt from Narciso Oriana. We're American teams that looked back in 2018 to bring Oriana aboard. Ultimately, those fell through. Leads Alianza, one of the big clubs in El Salvador. Pulisic punched away Gonzalez. Weah wasn't able to bring it down. Landaverde. Robinson. Tamakis. Well received by Musa, but Tamakis streaks in to win it back. And his run broken up. Reyes mixing it up with Robinson. And Tamakis curling in front. And knotted out for a Salvadoran corner. Only 1 goal separated these teams over 180 minutes in World Cup qualifying. And the same gritty and at times angry attitude remains pervasive. Laren. For Ronald Rodriguez. This will be another corner for El Salvador. Laren again. That time Jairo Henriquez tasked with touching it further. Never really had a chance. Horvath had that covered. Likely grateful nonetheless for the intrusion by Anthony Robinson. Ultimately, for Hugo Perez's side, if they get a win here, guarantees they'll have something to say at the end of the group against the U.S. on the final match day. The U.S. will take on Grenada on the road first. That comes in March. A lot on the line. Larin, Henriquez. And again, cut off by Cannon. Adams, Carter Vickers. Pursued aimlessly by Landaverde. And now down the line, if it stays in, it is dangerous for the U.S. Aronson's running by his lonesome through the heart of El Salvador. The right wasn't able to turn it that direction. Haji Wright denied by Roberto Dominguez, the center back covering all that ground. And an American corner. Short. Return from Tyler Adams. Adams floats. Wright got a touch to it. Ball falls. Gonzalez steers it over the top. Yunus Musa. A blast denied by Mario Gonzalez. And a chaotic moment for El Salvador. Pulisic, header steered up, leaping up Weah. Checking on the injured El Salvador player. And Tamakis remains down. Watch for 21 in blue here. He starts to step out off that punch away by Gonzalez. This is the previous effort, rather. And then Pulisic, another corner, and it did look like Weah got a significant piece of the corresponding number 21. Cannon gave it away cheaply. A throw for Jairo Henriquez. He'll leave that off. Henriquez just announced he'll be moving to Colorado Springs Switchbacks. Henriquez. Enriquez got a touch. Cannon sends it away. Enriquez will play for the same coach that handed the debut to Brendan Aronson. Brendan Burke in the American Second Division. Ball floated over for Bonilla. Not going to get there. Reyes is trying to chase it down. Away from Pulisic. Rolled ahead by Laren. Musa sends it away. Referee says play on. Musa. Rodriguez. Well recovered for El Salvador. Winner guarantees their place in Ligue A and no worse than the preliminary stage of the Gold Cup. Now the whistle. Well, there's got to be a little concern here. Tamakis got back up, and it was a little bit odd after he had been kicked in the head that he continued without coming off the field. Player went through the second division, made his way into the first division. El Salvador ultimately secured a transfer to Luqueño in Paraguay. Well, he's off the field now for a moment. The U.S. only lost 3 games in World Cup qualifying. They were all away. Panama and Costa Rica in Central America. And Canada, who ended up the leading team in the octagonal. Tamakis has returned. And approaching the half-hour mark, steady rain continues. Taken over by Martinez. Good first touch to bring that down. Carter Vickers stuck in. Bonilla sends it back. Crossfield, Tamakis. Oh, Reyes. Reyes again. Tried to put Aronson on ice skates. Still for Oriana. Look at this skill. Not once, twice. Ultimately was able to send the cross. Wasn't much hope to it. Scoreless past the half-hour mark in San Salvador. Leading Pulisic, finding Wright. Haji Wright. Slide in, ball deflects. And Wright apparently touched it last. Good sliding effort by Dominguez. Squared up, did well. Ultimately didn't touch it at all. Just closed it down. Wright pursuing. Pulisic. Turn the corner to Makis. In goes Long. Musa. Injured player down for the U.S. The offside flag is up. That's Pulisic. Take a look at the end of this. Oh. Yeah, I would stay down too. Robinson stepped in, caught Kevin Reyes. And El Salvador's side, La Selecta, trying to make a 9th consecutive Gold Cup. Win today would assure that. This is Weah. Weah for right, back heel of Dominguez. Oriana. Bonilla. Reyes. In goes Long. This is a major occasion for Aaron Long. Does appear like he's made a good name for himself. Reyes. Bonilla, a long run. He'll seat it. Thrown in! Oh, what a goal for El Salvador! A hope and a prayer from Alexander Larin. Can you believe that? El Salvador leads at home. The service wayward. Bonilla allows Larin onto the ball. And Horvath left in a puddle. Can't get back to the post. That's a horror show for a goalkeeper. For Larin, he's found a bit of magic. That is absolutely shocking. And Cuscatlan is alive and well. If El Salvador wins this game, they'll essentially control and dictate the group from there. They would have a chance to go to the U.S., secure a draw, and move on to the Nations League semifinal. It would also secure their place in the Gold Cup. Pulisic. Adams. Turned over to El Salvador. El Salvador took so much pressure in the local press. Hugo Perez essentially saying he won't be held against his will anywhere he's not wanted. He dismissed any inkling El Salvador hadn't worked hard enough against Grenada. It was a shocking draw, one that El Salvador ultimately had to pull from the jaws of defeat. But now as the rain comes down even more, they may well rain on the reigning champions parade. Robinson. How do you get this man more involved? Down goes Haji Wright. Either team wins this match, they qualify for the Gold Cup. In doing so, they secure their place in League A for another cycle as well. And El Salvador would put themselves in position to go to the US and have any positive result send them through. There's a long way to go here. This is Laren's wonder strike. Horvath, man of stone. He made no movement toward it. He didn't see it coming. And Hugo Perez, a U.S. Soccer Hall of Famer. He certainly celebrates. Driven away by Martinez. Soars to the halfway line, Oriana. Enriquez maintained it, Laren ahead. Enriquez shoved down. Landaverde. A throw for the United States. He started out a bit dull against Grenada, and it was about this point in the game that they found another gear. Long. Left it short. Slide in, cedes possession to Pulisic in the U.S. What's interesting about Ethan Horvath and the U.S. goalkeeping core, Matt Turner, Sean Johnson, and Ethan Horvath, the three who are here. Zach Steffen away for personal reasons. In the case of Steffen, Manchester City, Horvath, Nottingham Forest, and soon to be Matt Turner, Arsenal, once his summer transfer is complete. All will be backups in the Premiership. Talented enough to be there, but not playing enough to be fully fit. Ball driven ahead and launched away from the Salvadoran penalty area. Long foul from Bonilla. Adams. Roll back, Adams. El Salvador has only beaten the U.S. once in 26 tries. They've secured 6 draws as well. Cuscatlan, only 2 wins in 7 attempts for the U.S. historically. This is a different animal. Tyler Adams. Musa lost his footing and being ridden by Landaverde. Referee doesn't blow the whistle, instead gives advantage. Musa. Long. Stoppage time approaches. They'll add 2 minutes. Musa. Bonilla. Reyes. Support from Enriquez. Free kick and a card for Reggie Cannon. And a dynamite set-piece opportunity for El Salvador in the last minute of the first half. Cannon, first player to receive a card tonight. Feisty tempers continue. That's Robinson and Bonilla. The referee will separate the two. Free kick for El Salvador. And away. Salvador does have time to launch this in one more time. Or do they? There's the halftime whistle. On another rainy night in Concacaf Nations League, El Salvador trying to throw the real curveball in League A, trying to unseat the reigning champion, Alex Laren. Call it luck, but he aims for the near post, and he leaves Ethan Horvath totally unprepared. And El Salvador in position with this scoreline to control the group and moreover qualify for the 2023 CONCACAF Gold Cup. Halftime at Estadio Cuscatlán in San Salvador. The score, El Salvador 1, the United States 0. Halftime highlights. Concacaf Nations League. This is League A, Group D. The United States visiting Estadio Cuscatlán, taking on El Salvador. Either team could secure their place in Gold Cup 2023 and a top 2 finish, avoid relegation, put themselves in position to secure a place in March in the Nations League final based purely on their own results. The U.S. shaking hands with El Salvador. The U.S. headed to Qatar. El Salvador 1-0-1 against the United States in World Cup qualifying. Unable to get a win, a loss and a draw. What would they find tonight on this magical home ground? It's often provided such a tremendous home field advantage. Ball floated over the top by Larin. The header forward, creating an opportunity for Tamakis. Ultimately wasn't able to make contact the first time. Second effort got swept away from the goal mouth. And El Salvador in the opening minutes absolutely looked the side more poised to score. So it wouldn't be there for Tamakis. One more look for good measure. Enriquez allowed that through. Tamakis looking for the spectacular finish, instead the spectacular attempt at an assist. The U.S. would create a handful of chances, including this off the corner. Tyler Adams looking for Haji Wright, making his first start with the U.S. Good recovery to deny Yunus Musa, who came from the top of the area on the trailing run on the recycled ball. And well done by Gonzalez to get back in position. Stung his hands, nothing more. As the U.S. creating a limited number of chances in the first 45 minutes. And Gonzalez coming up with a significant save for El Salvador. The U.S. did create a bit in the run of play. This is the best opportunity for Haji Wright, who's very much trying to prove a point to the U.S. national team staff. He'd been out of the U.S. national team for quite some time, and it was nearly that dynamic duo again of Pulisic and Haji Wright, which scorched defenses in the youth ranks. Unable to connect. And then here's the go-ahead goal. Alexander Larin. Bonilla allows this through, and Larin. Horvath. He's left turned to stone. Doesn't make any movement at all. Hugo Perez celebrates. The U.S. Soccer Hall of Fame head coach of El Salvador. And you have to be a bit stunned if you're Ethan Horvath. You haven't gotten that many chances. Tonight, a chance to prove that he was the ideal backup for the U.S. national team in Qatar. Moments like this will give you pause after a Nations League final that ultimately saw Horvath hailed as a hero. And at halftime, at Estadio Cuscatlán, El Salvador 1, USA 0. Let's show you the halftime statistics. Each team 3 shots. There were 16 total fouls and plenty of hand fighting along the way. Neither team seems enamored with the other. The U.S. controls nearly 2/3 of the possession, but they don't actually create anything more from it. And El Salvador has put themselves in a hugely enviable position. Now they actually have to see this out. Halftime at Estadio Cuscatlán under the lights in San Salvador. The score, El Salvador 1, the USA 0.
The official Concacaf app. No matter where you are or who you're rooting for, you can watch your favorite competitions, teams, and players on the go. Get the latest news on all things Concacaf. Get access to stats, play-by-play, players' information, schedule, and standings. Get instant notifications and alerts. Discover other fans like you. And show your support in social media with our exclusive camera filters. All of that and much more. Take your Concacaf experience to the next level. Download now the official Concacaf app, available on the App Store and Google Play.
We welcome you back to Estadio Cuscatlán in San Salvador. Wherever you are, we hope you're dry and enjoying a CONCACAF Nations League match between El Salvador and the United States. It had been pouring rain throughout the first half. Alexander Larin scores in the 35th minute. El Salvador leads. A look around Nations League A. Jamaica, by way of draw against Mexico today, have confirmed they will play in Gold Cup 2023. 4 points clear of Suriname. Panama has ensured they will play in Gold Cup 2023. 6 points clear of Martinique. Group C remains entirely up in the air. Honduras, Canada, and Curacao. The U.S. has made 2 changes at halftime. Weston McKennie has entered, and Jesus Ferreira, who comes off a U.S. national team record-tying 4-goal haul against Grenada. Cesar Ramos will send us into the second half. And here we go. The U.S. in new kits, clearly, taking on El Salvador. El Salvador a goal up. And if this scoreline holds, they would secure their place in CONCACAF Gold Cup. Aronson came off at the intermission. The recent signee for Leeds. Ferreira's come on. And for Haji Wright, that may have been his best chance to secure a place in Qatar. And he only goes 45 minutes, and the game didn't find him very much. El Salvador, even with a draw, would guarantee they'd finish on more points than Grenada. It would put them through to the Gold Cup. For the U.S., they would theoretically be in position to qualify for the Gold Cup on a draw. They would need any result against Grenada. Even if they lost, it would have to be by a significant margin. Rolling all the way through Weah. The U.S. comes out firing at the outset to the applause of the warming subs. Cannon, the only player that left the first half on a yellow card. Musa. Weah. Slid aside by Larin. Weah brought it down. Musa carries forward. Touched away ably by Martinez. Martinez now. And the referee will go back to attend to the injured Kevin Reyes. Into Gonzalez. For El Salvador, it's an upset in a number of ways. U.S. reigning champion of the Nations League and the Gold Cup in CONCACAF. Qualified for the World Cup at El Salvador's expense. Ball wound into the wide area. Kevin Reyes has returned, and he streaks through. He sends the service for Bonilla, only to see Carter Vickers nod it away. Driven service meets Cannon's foot. Crank to the backside. Martinez couldn't drag it back into play. McKenny. Ferreira around the keeper, he rolled it in front, and Dominguez slides to keep it away. Ferreira coming off a 4-goal outburst against Grenada. His first touch of the ball nearly led to the U.S. equalizing. There really hasn't been one set piece without Carter Vickers and Loreen pushing and shoving to the point that at least one fell down. Pulisic, open header long in front, tap back toward Adams. And Musa. Robinson. There's another look at the brief altercation between the two. Cannon. The return to Weah. High steps through the challenge. Tried to turn the corner. Met his demise. Ronald Rodriguez. Well done by Rodriguez, who made the move to the U.S. to play for FC Tulsa. Experience dating back to June of last year. Debuted a year and a week ago against the U.S. Virgin Islands. This is a rapidly expanding pool for Hugo Perez. He left his nephew off the team. They are intent on figuring out how to move El Salvador furthest, fastest. Enriquez beyond Bonilla. Hugo Perez ultimately said he's not that intelligent a person. but he can change the attitude, the style of play, the determination of the group. Spoke about the suffering of the Salvador national team in recent years. And there was a belief when he took over from circles in the U.S. that knew him quite well from his time coaching in the U.S. youth national team and certainly his playing career. He was the right man for the job. Long once more. 13 months removed from a torn Achilles tendon and playing every minute potentially of this double window, the 2 friendlies and the 2 games in Nations League. Long. Slide denies Robinson. Adams. Robinson kept that in somehow for Ferreira. Drops here. And the denial on that shot toward frame. Musa couldn't keep that in. Apparently he was still unclear about that. His dad never played at a FIFA World Cup. Tim Weah certainly expects to carry the family name to Qatar. Tamakis. Slides in with McKennie. These numbers are becoming more and more incognito with every slide. And truth of the matter, it was a lot closer than it initially appeared for Musa, attempting to keep that on the line. Horvath. Oreen got up to meet it. Rodriguez. Laureen. Over the top, Horvath. Up from Landaverde. Kenny trying to run it down. Deflection seeds it back to the U.S. Adams. Charging forward, Musa. Leading now, Weah, cutting back, Musa! Corner for the United States. Gonzalez came out to meet him. An intricate little display between Weah and Musa. And a tremendous stop by Mario Gonzalez. Pulisic. Gonzalez hammers that away as far as Adams. Cannon. Seeking Pulisic. Weah. The ball wound its way all the way in, but Loreen now. Came off of Cannon last. He took the flag right off the corner. Here's a change. He was presented a jersey, 86. Darwin Soren enters now. And again, the tempers flare. Darwin Soren becoming the most capped player in El Salvador's history. He'll enter now. The jersey is already invalidated. This will be number 87. Molina will come on as well. That's it for Reyes. Weah's day is done. Paul Arriola has come in for the U.S. It's become a really trusted player for Greg Berhalter. And he scored last time out. Reggie Cannon came off. Beg your pardon, it was Cannon staying on. It's Weah who came off. Away from Musa. Cannon. Floating long, Pulisic. Knocking two players down. Well, there's McKennie. Tangled up with Tamakis. Pulisic trying to pull everybody apart. Words with Dominguez, his own player trying to move him away. Soren. Throw for Anthony Robinson. It was largely a charmed run for the U.S. in Nations League in the most recent cycle. 7-0 win against Cuba. Ultimately fell to Canada in Toronto, but exacted revenge against the Canadians a month later and dominated Cuba once more. Reached the semifinal, nail-biting win over Honduras, then won in extra time in Las Vegas against Mexico. A spectacular experience for the U.S. over the summer. Rather, that final in Denver. A month later, they went to Las Vegas, won the Gold Cup at the new Allegiant Stadium. Adams. The United States have had the majority of the possession in this game, and it's amounted to nothing. Cannon. Inside Ariola. Recovered by Oriana. Laureen. Dominguez. Long. Molina chasing. Seren plays for Houston in MLS. Molina plays for Las Vegas Lights, the American Second Division, the USL Championship. But a side closely affiliated with LAFC of Major League Soccer. Those were the two subs a few moments ago for El Salvador. That will stay in for Robinson on a charmed piece of surface. Martinez. Pushed ahead, Oriana. Another change coming. Scored the equalizer in the dying minutes against Grenada to salvage a point. It's in for Bonilla. Well taken by Molina. And this will leak out. This is a dynamic run, wiggling through space. McKenny for Cannon. Through Musa. Seeking Pulisic. Rolled back by McKenny now. Pulisic. Robinson over Areola. Touch there from Cannon. Jairo Enriquez handled that well. Clearance only as far as Musa. Adams kept it alive. In goes Areola. Referee reaching for the back pocket. He sent Areola off. A straight red. Paul Areola is sent off for the U.S. Christian Pulisic having a spirited conversation with Cesar Ramos. This has hugely changed the game. And Areola even committed one foul to this point. But clearly they view that extended stud in the air worthy of a red card. Catching Loreen. Loreen, as it stands now, has the winner. He also absorbs the contact that reduces the U.S. to 10 men. And Areola will walk down to the stairs that lead under Estadio Cuscatlán. Carter Vickers, a header, comes to Cannon. Musa. Carter Vickers was given instructions by Greg Berhalter upon the red card to Areola, which was at minimum extraordinarily harsh. Bounced off Musa. Spinning through midfield, Oriana drops it back. All eyes on Jesus Ferreira. Could he be the goal scorer the U.S. have been waiting for? It's the only number 9 who seems to score these days. If there is good news for the U.S., they've used 3 subs, but Areola, part of that attacking trio up front. If you're to lose somebody, he's the easiest to replace. Adams overtaken. Free kick for the U.S. And Adams taking that contact hard. He landed on that right arm, and he may have also caught a cleat to it as well. Pulisic for Musa. He had his man. He narrowly missed it. He created the separation, able to get away from Christian Martinez. Loreen. It's touched away. Adams fighting and then throwing down Seren. And everything's bubbled over now. The referee showing yellow. Certainly Adams has been booked. Well, he starts to lose his footing, but there's no doubt with Tyler Adams he's doing in finishing that. Then Martinez runs up to McKennie. And an opportunity for El Salvador goes begging for Molina. Rolled ahead by Cannon. McKennie. Slide in, Weston McKennie kept it, angles up the line. Back for Musa. Adams. The U.S. reduced to 10. Paul Arriola, a substitute, sent off 7 minutes ago. El Salvador has held the lead now since the 35th minute. Musa. Seren. The hold-up play ripped away by Carter Vickers. Pulisic. Header from Rodriguez. Jairo Henriquez. Header from long. Head needs to be on a swivel. Seren leading. Cut back. Deflected. Long. Gets in the way of Molina. Molina again. He's been a firecracker since coming on. Jairo Henriquez. In goes Musa. Tackles flying everywhere. Musa rolls it ahead. Ferreira plays it forward. There's contact from behind. And Ronald Rodriguez is sent off. Denial of an obvious goal-scoring opportunity. Both teams are down to 10. Musa thought he had broken through, and the center back Musa's just trying to get the mud out of his mouth. And Rodriguez, all the while, shown straight red. Rodriguez will miss the game in the U.S. on March 27th. In the case of Arriola, he's going to miss the game against Grenada. 2 changes for the United States. Luca De La Torre, who had a monstrous game against Grenada, totally opened up the midfield. And Jordan Morris. These are the last 2 changes available to Greg Berhalter. Morris replaces Adams. Molina provide a base to that wall of 4 Salvadoran players and a pair from the U.S. Could the U.S. pull level from the set piece? Wonderful save by Gonzalez. That's tremendous. Yunus Musa angling that for the upper right corner. And he leaps up and pulls it out. Corner for the U.S., 81st minute now. Driven ball, Gonzalez. De La Torre lost his footing. The U.S. clearly going 3 in the back now with the change, bringing off Carter Vickers, the center back. Searching over the top for Ferreira. Diving clearance from Reyes. Brought down by Seren. Injured player down for El Salvador. Pulisic will continue. De La Torre. Spun out free kick for the United States. This game has been wild. Arriola sent off on maybe his first foul of the game. A dog-so red card sees El Salvador reduced to 10 men just 10 minutes later. Loreen scoring on a near-post effort that Ethan Horvath never saw coming. And El Salvador are conjuring up all kinds of mystical possibilities here at Estadio Cuscatlán as it relates here to League A, Group D. Two players for El Salvador brought their cards to the 4th official. They'll have to wait. Maintained by Robinson, back to Pulisic. Captains the U.S. for a 10th time in 51 caps. Jordan Morris Musa. Morris, McKennie. Christian Pulisic. Eric Cabosetta. Lisandro Claros are set to enter. There's going to be a yellow card to the goalkeeper for time wasting. Gonzalez is apparently arguing he thought that they were allowing the sub. The fourth official perhaps hadn't communicated that effectively to the referee. Play will continue with 5 minutes and likely a significant amount of stoppage time remaining. Long. Even salvaging a point here for the U.S. significantly changes the math. Moving into the March window of Nations League. A free kick, and Cannon clearly bothered. Here are the changes. That's it for Jairo Henriquez. He'll make his way to the Rocky Mountains in the U.S. and join his new club in Colorado. Cabosetta comes on for him. Tamakis is helped up. The referee gesturing to the sideline. These are the last two subs for El Salvador. That's Lisandro Claros. He arrived in the United States as an 11-year-old. That was 2009, but not with his own visa. Ultimately, he was deported from the United States, where he had earned a scholarship offer to play collegiately for one of the powerhouses at that level in the U.S., the University of North Carolina. There was a strong belief he'd be an MLS draft pick, but instead sent to El Salvador, where he's become a top pro and now very much part of the national team. Cleared over the touchline. Both teams reduced to 10. El Salvador trying to hang on to all 3 points and take command of Group D. Lifted ball, Morris, appeal for a handball. Greg Berhalter can't believe it. A vocal proponent for VAR in a previous instance in Concacaf. That is not available in Nations League. Sent all the way down to Horvath. Is it the one goal in the 35th minute from Alexander Larin that ends up being the difference tonight? Well, there's that arm going up, clearly off the wrist. Extended into the air by Larin. Chipping forward, recovered by Robinson. Taken back by El Salvador, but illicitly so. Rolled all the way back and out. Caboseta. Corner for the U.S. Pulisic. Header, snap, save! Incredible Gonzalez. Floated forward again. Morris! The U.S. pole level in the first of 6 minutes of added time. And now they'll look for a winner. It's a Champions League winner who rises tallest for the U.S. And El Salvador's lead, which stretched 55 minutes, wiped away by Jordan Morris. De La Torre, a magnificent ball. USA 1, El Salvador 1. This scoreline would put Grenada on the brink of elimination from the Gold Cup. It would put El Salvador into the Gold Cup. It put the U.S. a point away from the Gold Cup. It would also keep El Salvador ahead of the group. They only have the one game left in the U.S. in March. The United States will play Grenada first. Slide in, play continues. Musa. There's still 4 more minutes. El Salvador slinking back defensively. Leading Robinson, Suren. A one-man mission. Horvath steps in front of Heel and adequately gets that away for long. Pulisic. Leading Ferreira. Tremendous slide. Cannon lost his footing. He's recovered. Half of stoppage time cleared away. The U.S. scored seconds after completion of the 90 minutes. Robinson. Driven ball seeking Cannon will go over Loreen. Both coaches have removed their jackets. The heat elevated here late. High boot extended into the air by Martinez. De La Torre didn't take kindly. Challenge in. Does El Salvador have one more go in them? Heel. Cannon. Horvath gave it away. A glance at the watch from Hugo Perez. Waving his team forward in the last minute now. If you can get the win now, it changes what you potentially need in the U.S. come March. Suren, McKenny. Suren muscles through, McKenny slides. Free kick El Salvador. It's likely a matter of seconds. This may well be it. Long. Struck from distance and blocked. I'll go out to touch. A look at the watch. And that is full time, and El Salvador take a point at Estadio Cuscatlán. The U.S. salvage one in stoppage time from Jordan Morris and Alexander Larine in the 35th. Left El Salvador in position for 55 minutes to win it. But instead, they'll take the point, and they have qualified for the 2023 Concacaf Gold Cup. El Salvador now will need to either hope for a Grenada miracle or go to the U.S. in March and pull out a victory if they're to ultimately reach the Nations League semifinal. Hugo Perez, the U.S. Soccer Hall of Famer, shares a moment with a number of the U.S. players. Greg Berhalter has more to consider than ever. One more window separate the U.S. from Qatar. El Salvador moves to 5 points. The U.S. now on 4. Grenada on 1 here in League A, Group D. For our entire team at home and abroad, this is Mike Watts saying thank you for watching a thrilling 2 weeks of CONCACAF Nations League. So long from Estadio Cuscatlán, where it finishes El Salvador 1, the United States 1.
This money.